What is the purpose of WAI ARIA and how does it work? Making static content accessible can be relatively straightforward, but dynamic content can be more challenging. This is where WAI ARIA comes in. Let's look at what WAI ARIA is, its purpose, how it works, and some examples. WAI ARIA stands for Web Accessibility Initiative, Accessible Rich Internet Applications. It's a specification that enhances accessibility for dynamic content and user interface components. Note that WCAG and WAI ARIA are not the same. WCAG provides general guidelines for web accessibility, while WAI ARIA offers specific rules for making dynamic and interactive content accessible for users of assistive technologies. So, the primary purpose of WAI ARIA is to improve accessibility for dynamic content and UI components that do not have native HTML equivalents. WAI ARIA works by introducing a set of attributes that you can add to HTML elements to provide additional semantic information. These attributes are categorized into roles, states, and properties. ARIA role defines the purpose of an element within a website or web app. Here is an example of setting the role to button for a div element. By doing this, you're indicating to the assistive technology that the element is a button. Roles do not provide any functionality, however. Merely giving this div a role of button will not make it act like a button. To make it look and behave like a button, you would need to use CSS and JavaScript to get the desired result. It is always better to use the native button or input element with type button instead. Since HTML alone does not provide a way to make custom user interface components like tab navigation, tab list accessible, ARIA roles can be very helpful. Here is what a tab list could look like with the role attribute. Each tab in the tab list will have an associated tab panel that will display when its tab is selected. Each tab panel will have a role of tab panel. Here's what each one of those tab panels could look like. ARIA state describes the current status of an element, which can change based on user interactions. An example is the ARIA expanded attribute for collapsible sections. Again, this is merely describing the state. It does not provide any functionality. You would have to use JavaScript to change the state of the attribute when the user clicks the button. ARIA properties provide additional details about elements. For example, the ARIA labeled by property lets you connect an element to a specific label. This will make the elements understandable and navigable for users of assistive technologies. To get the best out of WAI ARIA, try to stick with native HTML whenever possible, since it generally provides more accessibility out of the box. Use WAI ARIA only when HTML falls short. And don't forget to test with assistive technologies like screen readers. Also, make sure your WAI ARIA states and properties update with the content in real time. Avoid overusing ARIA as it can be confusing many times. Accessible. What are ARIA roles? ARIA stands for Accessibility Rich Internet Applications. ARIA roles specify the semantic meaning of HTML elements. They're essential for making web content accessible to people who use assistive technologies like screen readers. HTML has semantic and non-semantic elements based on whether they convey meaning about their content. Many semantic HTML elements already have an ARIA role assigned by default. For example, the button element has a default ARIA role of button, but non-semantic elements don't have a role. For example, screen readers will not know how to interpret the purpose of a div if you don't specify its role explicitly. To specify the ARIA role of an element, you just need to add the role attribute, like this, where value is the name of a role in the ARIA specification. It is important to note that specifying a role on an element only does one thing. It informs assistive technologies of the purpose of the element. It does not add any functionality or behavior to the element. If people expect a role to behave a certain way, it is up to you, the developer, to add that expected behavior. For example, adding a role of button to a div does not automatically make it clickable with a mouse or usable with a keyboard. It is the responsibility of the developer to add the expected behavior that allows the div to act like a button, and in most cases, it is just better to use the button element. There are 6 main categories of ARIA roles: document structure roles, widget roles, landmark roles, live region roles, window roles, and abstract roles. Let's take a look at them in more detail. Document structure roles define the overall structure of the web page. With these roles, assistive technologies can understand the relationships between different sections and help users navigate the content. However, most of the document structure roles are not used in modern web development because browsers already support equivalent semantic HTML elements, which should be prioritized whenever possible. You should specify the roles that don't have an equivalent semantic element. For example, toolbar, tooltip, feed, map, presentation, none, and note. There are other similar roles, but these are the most commonly used ones. This is an example of a div with a math ARIA role. The div contains a mathematical equation. You'll also notice that the div has an ARIA label attribute. The value of this attribute should be a string that represents the expression. Widget roles define the purpose and functionality of interactive elements, like scroll bars. Examples of widget roles include scrollbar, search box, separator when focusable, slider, spin button, switch, tap panel, and tree item. Some of these roles have equivalent semantic elements. You should prioritize the semantic element over the role if there is one. For example, you should favor using the HTML button element over adding a role of button to a div. Landmark roles classify and label the primary sections of a web page. Screen readers use them to provide convenient navigation to important sections of a page. You should use them sparingly to keep the overall layout simple and easy to understand. Examples of landmark roles are banner, complementary, content info, form, main, navigation, region, and search. Each one of these roles has a corresponding HTML equivalent, such as header, footer, aside, form, main, nav, section, and search. If you use the proper HTML elements to define the sections of your page, then it is not necessary to explicitly add the role attribute to these elements. Live region roles define elements with content that will change dynamically. This way, screen readers and other assistive technologies can announce changes to users with visual disabilities. These roles include alert, log, marquee, status, and timer. Window roles define sub-windows, like pop-up modal dialogues. These roles include alert dialog and dialog. Please note that it is now considered a best practice to use the HTML dialog element and its associated JavaScript methods instead of manually creating a dialog. And finally, we have abstract roles. These roles help organize the document. They're only meant to be used internally by the browser, not by developers, so you should know that they exist, but you shouldn't use them on your website or web applications. With ARIA roles, you can create accessible and inclusive websites and web applications. They provide semantic information about the purpose and function of HTML elements. Screen readers and other assistive technologies use this information to help users understand the content of your page and set expectations for how to use it, which helps ensure that everyone can have a great user experience. What are the roles of the ARIA label and ARIA labeled by attributes? It is important to make sure that all users, including those living with disabilities, can access websites without issues. For people using screen readers, the ARIA label and ARIA labeled by attributes provide crucial information about page elements that might be unclear or invisible. Let's look at what the ARIA label and ARIA labeled by attributes are and the roles they play in making the web accessible to people with visual impairments and related disabilities. You'll notice both ARIA label and ARIA labeled by are prefixed with ARIA. So what does that mean? ARIA stands for Accessible Reach Internet Applications. It's a set of attributes prefixed with ARIA, which lets developers communicate the purpose of elements to assistive technologies. The ARIA label attribute is an invisible label for interactive elements. It adds a text label to an element that screen readers can read. ARIA label is especially useful for elements that do not have visible text but still need to be described by screen readers. For example, buttons with only icons often need ARIA label to convey their purpose. Here is an example. In this case, a screen reader may announce this button as Search Button, even though the button only contains an icon. The ARIA label attribute tells screen readers what text to use in place of the icon. If the button contained the text search instead of an icon, then there would be no need for the ARIA label attribute, as the text would provide the label for the button. For input elements, the ARIA label attribute provides a label directly if there isn't a visible label associated with the input. The ARIA labeled by attribute does the exact same thing as the ARIA label attribute, but instead of defining the text directly in the attribute, you use a reference to text that already exists on the page. The existing text must have an ID attribute, which will be used for the reference value in the area labeled by attribute. Here is an example. In this case, the text for the button is being used as the label for the search input. Screen readers will announce the input as something like search edit. If you later decide you want to change the button text to find, the label for the input will automatically be updated for the new text, since it is referencing the button text. Combining multiple ID values into a single area labeled by attribute value is also possible. Here is how that works. For the slider, the screen reader will look out for the content of the volume label and volume details elements and announce volume adjust the volume level. You've seen that both area label and area labeled by attributes help screen readers understand what elements do. So which one should you use? Since they both provide the same functionality, either can be used, but there may be a few advantages to using area labeled by over area label. If someone is using a translation service to translate the content on your page, the text in an area label attribute may not always be translated. Using area labeled by can also help prevent a mismatch between the visible label text and the invisible label for screen reader users, since updating the visible text will automatically update the invisible label. And area labeled by can make it much easier to programmatically create complex invisible labels consisting of multiple sources of text. One last note, do not use area label and area labeled by on an element at the same time. In this case, the invisible label for screen readers will always be determined by area labeled by, and area label will be completely ignored. What is the area hidden attribute and how does it work? If you ever need to display content while at the same time hiding it from people who use assistive technology like screen readers, you can use the area hidden attribute. You just need to add it to the HTML element that you want to hide and set its value to true, like you can see over here. This attribute hides the element and all of its children from the accessibility tree, while keeping them visible on the page. Common use cases include icons and images that only have a decorative purpose and duplicated content. It is important to remember that area hidden only hides content from assistive technology like screen readers. If the content should be hidden from everyone, then you should not use area hidden to hide it. For example, a hamburger menu that is currently collapsed must be hidden from all keyboard users, not just screen reader users. In this case, You could set the CSS display property to none on the menu to remove it from the DOM when it is collapsed. You should never use ARIA hidden to hide an element that is focusable with the keyboard. The ARIA hidden attribute only removes the element from the accessibility tree. It does not remove it from the DOM. Thus, it will still be possible for screen reader users to tab into the element, but their screen reader will not announce the element, effectively causing them to focus on nothing. Here is an example where we hide an icon from the accessibility tree by adding the ARIA hidden attribute with a value of true. We only keep the text exposed to assistive technologies to avoid any confusions that may arise from the redundancy of having both an icon and text for the same purpose. You do not need to use ARIA hidden when the HTML element already has a hidden attribute, when the element or the element's ancestor is already hidden with display none, and when the element or the element's ancestor is already hidden with visibility hidden. In these three cases, the element is already removed from the DOM and thus hidden from the accessibility tree, so the ARIA hidden attribute is not necessary. As with using any ARIA attributes, you should always test with assistive technologies, and preferably having people with disabilities test your work to make sure that it's easy to understand even with these hidden elements. You should also know that setting ARIA hidden to false will not expose the element to assistive technologies if any of its parents has this attribute set to true. The ARIA hidden attribute is used to hide elements from people who use assistive technology, such as screen reader users. While it can be helpful for hiding purely decorative elements and duplicated content, it should be used sparingly to avoid hindering accessibility. In general, all content and functionality available on the page should also be available to people using assistive technology. The use case for ARIA hidden is very narrow and should be limited primarily to making the experience cleaner for screen reader users by removing purely decorative or duplicate information. Do not use ARIA hidden to hide content that you don't think screen reader users would be interested in. Screen reader users deserve to have access to all the information on the page. By following these best practices and testing the user experience, you can create inclusive online experiences for everyone. What is the ARIA expanded attribute and how does it work? The ARIA expanded attribute is used for accessibility purposes to indicate if a control is expanded or collapsed. It's used in conjunction with collapsible widgets like menus, accordions, and other disclosure widgets that control the visibility of the content. The ARIA expanded attribute is set to true if the control is expanded or false if it is collapsed. The information provided by ARIA Expanded allows people using screen readers to understand the current state of the control, whether it's expanded or collapsed. The ARIA Expanded attribute is applied to the interactive element that toggles the visibility of the collapsible widget. For example, if a button toggles an expandable menu, the ARIA Expanded attribute is placed on the button. Does not change the tab order, potentially forcing keyboard users to tab through all of the other interactive controls on the page before reaching the expanded content, unless you manage the tabbing order with JavaScript. Ideally, the expandable content should be placed after the control element, and the ARIA owns attribute should only be used in a worst case scenario when that is not possible. If it must be used, you will need to thoroughly test with a wide range of screen readers and browsers to ensure that your implementation is accessible for everyone. And just a reminder, when you use either ARIA controls or ARIA owns, the value of ARIA expanded must continue to be updated as the control is expanded and collapsed. The ARIA expanded attribute indicates whether a control is expanded or collapsed. This information is essential for screen reader users, helping them understand the current state of collapsible elements like menus, accordions, and other similar disclosure widgets. By using ARIA Expanded correctly, you can create an intuitive user experience for everyone. What is the ARIA Live attribute and how does it work? The ARIA Live attribute creates a live region on your page, which can be used to notify screen reader users of dynamic content changes in the live region as they occur. Common uses of live region include messages that are displayed after an action has been taken, such as an error message or confirmation, content that updates periodically, such as a ticker, marquee, or countdown timer, or general status messages. Because the reading focus for screen readers can only be at one place at a time, screen reader users will not notice a content change if their focus is on another part of the page. Live regions allow screen reader users to be automatically notified of changes that happen on the page in real time. Without a live region, screen reader users might miss important content updates available to sighted users, since a sighted user has the ability to scan the entire page. There are three possible values for this attribute based on the priority of the information. If you set ARIA Live to the value assertive, that means that the update is very important. It has the highest priority, so the user should be notified immediately. This means that the screen reader will interrupt any announcement it is currently making to announce the content change in the live region. Such interruptions can be extremely disruptive, so the assertive value should only be used for time-sensitive or critical notifications. The next value in order of priority is polite. This value means that the update is not urgent, so the screen reader can wait until the current announcement is finished or until the user stops typing before announcing the update. Most live regions will use the polite value. The lowest priority value for ARIA Live is off, which means that the update will not be announced unless the content is in an element that currently has keyword focus. Realistically, this value is almost never used as the use case is very narrow and it is not implemented consistently, if at all, across screen readers. If you need live regions, plan on using polite for everything, except critical messages that need assertive. It's also important to note that the ARIA Live attribute is not required if the updated information is contained in an element with an ARIA role of alert, log, marquee, status, or timer, as these roles already have a default ARIA Live value. But the default value can be changed by explicitly setting ARIA Live on the element. Choosing the right ARIA Live value depends on the priority of the updated information. If the updates are urgent, you should notify the user immediately with assertive. But you should use this only if the updates are really urgent, because sudden interruptions can potentially disorient users and affect the user experience. If the update can wait until the next task is finished, you should use polite instead. The ARIA Live attribute lets assistive technologies know when the content is changing dynamically on a web page. This helps users with disabilities stay updated on important announcements and updates. By using ARIA Live appropriately, you can ensure that users are aware of these updates based on their priority. Announced unless the content is in typing before an value means disruptive. What are some common ARIA states used on custom control elements? Semantic form control elements like input, select, text area, button, and field set have built-in states that are conveyed to assistive technologies. For example, you could use the disabled attribute to disable a button, or the checked attribute to indicate that a checkbox is checked. But if you are creating a custom control element, you need to use ARIA attributes to convey the state of the control to assistive technologies. In this lecture video, we will use a few common ARIA states that you can use on custom control elements. The first ARIA state that we will discuss is ARIA selected. This state is used to indicate that an element is selected. You can use this state on custom controls like a tabbed interface, a list box, or a grid. Here is an example of how you can use ARIA selected on a custom tab control. Tabs are used to display multiple panels of content in a limited space. The ARIA selected state is used to indicate which tab is currently selected. When the user selects a tab, the ARIA selected state of the selected tab is set to true, and the ARIA selected state of the other tabs is set to false. Another common ARIA state is ARIA disabled. This state is used to indicate that an element is disabled only to people with assistive technologies, such as screen readers. It is important to note that ARIA disabled does not actually disable the element. It is up to you, the developer, to make it look and act like a disabled element. This attribute is also commonly used on native HTML elements in place of the disabled attribute. Which one you choose will depend on the context where the button is being used. Here is an example of how you can use ARIA disabled on a custom edit button. The ARIA disabled attribute is used to tell screen reader users that the edit button is disabled and cannot be interacted with. Again, it does not actually disable the button. When using ARIA disabled, you will need to apply styling and JavaScript to make the control look and behave like a disabled button. In most cases, you will probably use the native button element, but there are cases where you might need to use a custom control. So it is essential to know how to convey the state of the control to assistive technologies. The next ARIA state that we will discuss is ARIA has pop-up. This state is used to indicate that an interactive element will trigger a pop-up element when activated. You can only use the ARIA pop-up attribute when the pop-up has one of the following roles: menu, list box, tree, grid, or dialog. The value of ARIA pop-up must be either one of these roles, or true, which defaults to the menu role. Here is an example of a file editor menu that uses ARIA has pop-up. The ARIA has pop-up state is used to indicate that the file menu button will open a pop-up menu when activated. Screen reader users may hear this additional information when they navigate to the button. You will need to use JavaScript to show and hide the pop-up menu, and to implement proper keyboard support for interacting with the menu. Also, please note that the ARIA menu role refers to a very specific type of menu. It generally refers to a list of actions that the user can invoke, similar to a menu on a desktop application. It does not include more common uses of what we typically refer to as menus, such as navigation menus. Realistically, most menus you create on the web will not be ARIA menus, and you will not use ARIA has pop-up with them. The next ARIA state that we will discuss is ARIA required. The ARIA required attribute is used to indicate that a field needs to be filled out before a form is submitted. Here is an example of working with the ARIA required attribute for a custom form control. We need to use the content editable attribute so users can type in their input. We are also using the ARIA required attribute set to true to indicate that this custom form control is required. To make the form look like a natural form control, you would need to add CSS. You would also need to add JavaScript to prevent the form from being submitted without content. If the label already has the word required, then you should omit the ARIA required attribute. This ensures that screen readers only announce the word required once. In most cases, you will probably use the native label and form elements with the required attribute. But if you need to create a custom form control, then it is important to add the ARIA required attribute when necessary. Additionally, the ARIA required attribute can also be used on native form inputs, such as the input, text area, and select elements. This is often preferred to the native required attribute, since the required attribute may have potential usability and accessibility concerns, particularly with the default error handling provided by the browser. Ultimately, you will need to test in order to determine which attribute is best for your situation. The last ARIA state that we will discuss is ARIA checked. This attribute is used to indicate whether an element is in the checked state. It is most commonly used when creating custom checkboxes, radio buttons, switches, and list boxes. Here is an example of how you can use ARIA checked on a custom checkbox control. Native checkbox elements have a built-in check state that is conveyed to assistive technologies. But if you are creating a custom checkbox control, you will need to use the ARIA checked attribute to indicate its state. When the user interacts with the custom checkbox control, you will need to update the ARIA checked state to reflect the new state of the checkbox. When the checkbox is selected, the ARIA checked attribute is set to true. When it is unchecked, it is set to false. Native elements typically have better support and built-in accessibility features. However, if you must create your own custom controls, using ARIA attributes is essential to convey the state of these controls to assistive technologies effectively. As always, test your work to ensure that ARIA attributes are applied correctly and that the custom control functions in a way that is both accessible and user-friendly. What is the ARIA controls attribute and how does it work? The ARIA controls attribute is used to create a programmatic relationship between an element that controls the presence of another element on a page and the element it controls. This relationship can help screen reader users better understand how the control works. Common uses include a set of tabs that control the visibility of different sections of content, or a button that toggles the visibility of a menu. Let's take a look at an example to see how this works. In this example of a tabbed interface, we have a div element with a set of 3 buttons. Each button represents a tab and has the role attribute set to tab. In most tabbed interfaces, the first tab panel is visible by default, so the first tab button has an ARIA selected attribute set to true to indicate that its associated section of content is currently visible. The ARIA controls attribute is used to associate each button with the section of content that it controls. Here are the 3 sections of content that correspond to the tabs. Each section of content has a role attribute set to tab panel and an ARIA labeled by attribute that points to the corresponding tab to give the panel an accessible name. The hidden attribute is used to hide the sections of content that are not currently selected. Each section ID matches the value of the ARIA controls attribute on the corresponding button. The Section 1 ID matches the ARIA Controls attribute on the first button. Section 2 matches the ARIA Controls attribute on the second button. And Section 3 matches the ARIA Controls attribute on the third button. This is how the association between the tabs and their sections of content is established. To switch between different sections, you will need to use JavaScript to update the hidden attribute on the section and the ARIA selected attribute on the button based on which section is currently visible. Only one section can be visible at a time, and it should not have the hidden attribute. And ARIA selected should be set to true on this button. The remaining hidden sections should all have the hidden attribute, and ARIA selected should be set to false on their buttons. Tabs are a common use case for the ARIA Controls attribute, but it can be used in other scenarios where one element controls the visibility or behavior of another element. Other examples include accordions, drop-down menus, and modals. The next time you design a user interface that involves controlling the visibility of elements, consider using the ARIA Controls attribute to establish the relationship between the controlling element and the controlled element. Attribute set.
Hey, good old buddy, old pal, and welcome to Learn JavaScript, a practical introduction. I am so excited about teaching you this course. And who am I? Well, my name is Per. I'm the CEO of Scrimba, and I'm also a front-end developer who's taught a bunch of courses, and over 100,000 students have enrolled in these courses. When I'm not coding, my hobby is to take photographies of myself posing in front of fast cars. But more about that later. What do I mean by this being a practical introduction? Well, it means that you will write the code. I am not going to write the code for you. I'm just going to show you how to do it after you've given it a shot first. Because the only way to learn how to code is to write a lot of code. A clever man once said that. However, there are many ways to write code. There's the old, boring, theoretical, I'm at school way of learning to code. And then there's the much more fun way of learning to code where you actually build stuff from the get-go. And that's what you're going to do. We are going to start by building a subway passenger counter so that you can count people on the subway in case that's one of your interests. Then we are going to move on with a game, namely a blackjack game. Oh, I just love gambling, so this is going to be so much fun. And then at the end, we're going to be a bit more serious and build a tool for salespeople, namely a so-called lead tracker. And what's so insane about this lead tracker is that it will be a Chrome extension that will deploy to Chrome so that you can use it out in the wild or send it off to a salesperson who might need such a tool because it solves one of the biggest problems salespeople have, which is to browse the web and collect leads that they later can reach out to. So when you have completed these 3 apps, you will have the ultimate superpower in today's world, which is the power of knowing JavaScript. It is a very low percentage of people in today's world who know JavaScript, so you will no longer be like everyone else at that point. I am so ready to start this course. I hope you are too. Now, before we jump into the code, there's just one more thing I want you to do, and that is to click on this image right here so that you'll get to my LinkedIn profile and then hit that connect button so that we can stay in touch and I can follow your progress. So go ahead and do that right now, and I'll see you in the first lecture where we'll start coding. Your very first exposure to JavaScript will come through building a passenger counter app. Now you might ask yourself, why on earth should we build a passenger counter app? What's the point of that? Well, you'd be surprised. Because when I was 19, right around this time, my full-time job was to count people who entered the subway. So every day I would stand outside in the cold and be like, oh, so there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people entering the subway this morning. How interesting. And then I would bring up my pen and paper and note down the number 6, which at times was really cold. So it would have been so much better if I had a little people counter app on my Nokia phone so that I could just tap these buttons while having the phone in my pocket. But this was long before I learned to code. So instead, we are going to build this passenger counter app together so that you will learn the basics of JavaScript and so that you are prepared in case you, one time in the future, have to stand outside in the cold counting people who enter the subway. Welcome to this lesson where we are going to take a look at the setup for our people counter app. Here you can see we have a basic HTML structure, which probably looks familiar to you. You can see we have the HTML tag, the head tag, and inside of the body we only have 2 elements, the h1 and an h2. That is the title up here and our counter element. We also have some styling in our index.css. You can check it out here. This is just very basic styling that we're not going to go through because you want to get into the JavaScript as soon as possible. So the first thing we're going to do actually is to simply, inside of our body tag, create a so-called script tag. Like that. Looks just like any other HTML tag. It just says script. And inside of here, you can actually write JavaScript. So inside of this tag, I'm going to write a pretty long JavaScript expression that you probably find a little bit frightening. Don't worry about that. You're not meant to really understand it in this lesson. I just want to demonstrate that this works. So I'm going to start by writing document. That refers to the HTML document itself. And then I'll do dot and get element by ID and then open and close parentheses. And then inside of the parentheses, I'm going to copy the ID of our h2 element. So here we're saying, hey, HTML document, I want to get an element. I want to get it by its ID. And the ID is this count L. So what do you think we get as a reply? Well, we grab a hold of this element right here. And then we can do dot inner text. Set that equal to, for example, 5. If I now run this code, you'll see that, boom, we have changed the text on the inside of the h2 element, this one right here, from 0 to 5 using JavaScript. And that opens up a whole world of opportunities. It essentially gives us the power to breathe life into our application and turn it into a real world product that solves problems for people. That's why this is so cool to learn. However, we are not going to write our JavaScript this way here. It's kind of an amateurish way to do it. What we rather want to do is create an index.js file. Like that. Here is our index.js file. It's currently empty. But what I'm going to do is copy this line here, then paste it into the index.js file. And now I'll add an attribute to my script tag called src, which is short for source. And then inside of here, I'm just going to write index.js. We are in the HTML file and the JavaScript file is in the same folder, so I don't need to navigate into any folder or type in a complicated path here. Just write the name of the file. If we now run this code again, you can see that, yes, it still works. So now we have a proper setup for our app and we are ready to get started building our people counter. So today is actually a really important day in your life because you're going to write your first lines of JavaScript. And that is just such a powerful thing to do because you take the first step into a world of opportunities and it might even change your life. So in a year, you might want to celebrate this day as the anniversary, the day you met JavaScript and it changed your life for the better. Anyway, the line you're going to write is not this long one right here. It's a little bit too difficult at the moment. I'm actually going to add a double slash in front of it, like that. And you can see that grayed it out. That means that JavaScript will ignore this, since this is now a code comment, not real code. So if we run the code here in the browser, you can see that now we are not modifying the h2 tag anymore. So we are ready here down at line 3 to write our first lines of code. Now, let's think a little bit. What do we need actually to build this subway passenger counter app? Well, the first thing we need is some way to store the count. And that's a natural job for JavaScript because it's kind of like the data we need to store. And when you need to store data, you need to create so-called variables to store the data in. And I'm now going to create a variable called count. And the way we do that is we write let count equal 0. So now we have a variable called count, and it holds a tiny piece of data, namely the number 0. The way you can read this in English is actually let count be 0. So really natural. And let's actually try and verify that actually our count variable does indeed equal 0. Well, we can do that by using a tool that every single developer uses every single day. It's called console.log, then open and close parentheses. And inside of these parentheses, you can put almost whatever you want. And in our case, we are going to put this count variable here. If we now run the code, you can see that down in the console at the bottom, we printed out the number 0. And the console is something that the browser provides us with. It's there mainly for debugging purposes, for checking our code, like we are doing here, verifying that actually, yeah, I want to take a look at count. I want to print it out to the console and see with my own eyes that it is what I think it is. And indeed it was. And this console you see here is Scrimba's implementation of the console. If you want to check out the real-world console in the Chrome browser, you can, for example, head over to google.com or any page, basically, and then right-click and choose the Inspect option. When you click that, it'll open up this so-called Developer Tools, which shows you a bunch of HTML. As for now, we're not going to worry about that. Instead, just click on the Console option. That'll open up a blank console where you actually, in addition to printing out stuff, which we did down here in the Scrimba console, you can write JavaScript as well. So if you want to write let count equals 5 and then hit enter, and then write console log and then pass in count in the parentheses, and then hit enter, you'll see that it'll log out 5 as well. So the console is available to you in all browsers and is a tool that developers use every single day. So I'm really happy that you've learned about it this early on. Now I actually have a challenge for you. I want you to do two things. First, you're going to create a variable called myAge and then set its value to your age. And then log the myAge variable to the console. So go ahead and do this right now, and then I will show you how to do it as well when you come back. Okay, hopefully that went well. Okay, hopefully that went well. Let's do it together. Do let my age. I happen to be 35 at the moment. Then to console log out my age, I'll do console.log, open and close parentheses, my age. If we run this code, see, now we are printing out both the count and also my age. So we have verified that our variables indeed work as expected. Before we move on, there's one thing I want to show you. And that is to take this line, console logging of my age, and place it above the my age variable declaration. So now we try to console log my age before we define it, since JavaScript starts reading at the top and works its way downwards. So what do you think then will happen if I now remove these other console logs and only keep the my age console log? Just take a guess. Well, what happens is that we get a reference error. Cannot access my age before initialization. So JavaScript actually understands what we're trying to do. We're actually referencing a value before it has been initialized. And that simply doesn't work. So now that you are aware of that,
and orange. One of the key characteristics is orange. You can add or remove elements from an array. These methods will
What is the area controls attribute and how does it work? The area controls attribute is used to create a programmatic relationship between an element that controls the presence of another element on a page and the element it controls. This relationship can help screen reader users better understand how the control works. Common uses include a set of tabs that control the visibility of different sections of content, or a button that toggles the visibility of a menu. Let's take a look at an example to see how this works. In this example of a tabbed interface, we have a div element with a set of 3 buttons. Each button represents a tab and has the role attribute set to tab. In most tabbed interfaces, the first tab panel is visible by default, so the first tab button has an ARIA selected attribute set to true to indicate that its associated section of content is currently visible. The ARIA controls attribute is used to associate each button with the section of content that it controls. Here are the 3 sections of content that correspond to the tabs. Each section of content has a role attribute set to tab panel and an ARIA labeled by attribute that points to the corresponding tab to give the panel an accessible name. The hidden attribute is used to hide the sections of content that are not currently selected. Each section represents a tab and has the role attribute set to tab. In most tabbed interfaces, the first tab panel is visible by default, so the first tab button has an ARIA selected attribute set to true to indicate that its associated section of content is currently visible. The ARIA controls attribute is used to associate each button with the section of content that it controls. Here are the 3 sections of content that correspond to the tabs. Each section of content has a role attribute set to tab panel and an ARIA labeled by attribute that points to the corresponding tab to give the panel an accessible name. The hidden attribute is used to hide the sections of content that are not currently selected. Each section ID matches the value of the ARIA controls attribute on the corresponding button. The section 1 ID matches the ARIA controls attribute on the first button. Section 2 matches the ARIA controls attribute on the second button, and section 3 matches the When is the alt attribute needed, and what are some examples of good alt text? Alternative text, often abbreviated as alt text, is a brief text description of an image. It provides essential information about the image for users who cannot see it, such as people who use screen readers and other assistive technologies. It's essential for making websites accessible to people with visual disabilities. Alternative text is also used by search engines to understand images. Some browsers may also display it when an image is not loaded properly. This can happen when the image file is missing or when the user has connectivity issues, so it's helpful for many different purposes. Here we have a picture of a puppy. A person with a visual disability will not be able to know what's in the image unless it's described in the alt text. An example of bad alt text for this image would be a cute puppy. This text is not specific enough to convey the alt attribute in HTML like this. Great! Now You can make sure that everyone can engage with your website in an inclusive online experience. What are the accessibility benefits for good linked text, and what are examples of good linked text? Let's take a look at the benefits of writing good linked text in the context of accessibility and some examples of good linked text. The first visible benefit of good linked text is that it makes it easier for everyone to find information quickly. Descriptive links help users know where they are headed and what they'll access. This ensures the user doesn't feel lost and improves the overall user experience. For those using screen readers, a clear and descriptive linked text is a must. Screen readers read the linked text aloud, so a text like "Read our accessibility guide" is a way better than "Click here." Making linked text clear and descriptive isn't just beneficial for those living with visual impairments. Descriptive links also help people with cognitive disabilities by providing clear context. Here are some best practices to keep in mind while writing linked texts. Make sure links are visually distinct by using underlining and other visual cues so users can easily identify and navigate them. Avoid generic linked text like "here," "click here," and "more info," as they don't provide any useful information. Aim for concise and descriptive linked text, ideally between 2 and 5 words, that convey the link's purpose. Avoid jargon and abbreviations that users may not understand. Focus on the destination, not the action. For example, user behavior results, instead of "click here to read more." Don't repeat the same linked text for different destinations. Place links in a way that they make sense with the surrounding text. For example, for more details, visit Events page, instead of "click here for more." Here are some examples of good linked text for specific use cases, compared to less helpful ones. Let's say you want to link to a page providing details about an element, like this. Details is vague and doesn't provide specific information about what the user will find if they click the link. Without additional context, users might not know if the link leads to details about a webinar, a product, a policy, or something else. Now, here is an example of good link text. This link gives users context about the content they will find, making it easier to decide whether they want to click on it. It reduces ambiguity by specifying that the link is related to a webinar. Here is another example linking to a post in a blog. The link text, read more, is not ideal in terms of accessibility because it lacks content. Here is a better link text example. This updated link text provides users with a clearer idea of what to expect and why they might want to click the link, which is particularly important for those using screen readers. Let's take a look at one more example. Let's say you want to provide more information about a certain topic. More info is also vague and can be problematic for accessibility. It doesn't provide specific details about the link's destination, which can be confusing for users relying on screen readers or those who might be navigating the site in a non-linear way. Here is a better example for link text. This updated link text is better because it clearly describes what the user will find if they click on the link. Users can immediately understand that the link leads to information about your accessibility efforts. What are good ways to make audio and video content accessible? Multimedia, especially video, has become the go-to format for sharing information online. With this surge in content, there is a growing need to ensure everyone can access and enjoy video and audio content online, irrespective of their abilities or environment. Making your audio and video accessible isn't just a nice to have, it's essential for reaching a wider audience. Let's look at some inexpensive ways to make your video and audio content more accessible. A video is not just about visuals, but also audio. So the first thing you should consider doing is adding captions or subtitles to your video content. Captions provide the text version of spoken words and important nonverbal sounds like music or laughter, synchronized with the video. Subtitles, on the other hand, are essential for people who don't understand the language you're speaking. This helps not only people who are deaf or hard of hearing, but also those watching videos in noisy or quiet environments. To add captions or subtitles to your video or audio content, you can use the track element inside your video or audio element. The kind attribute is used to tell the track element how it should be used. The src lang attribute, source lang attribute, represents the language for the track content. The label attribute is a descriptive title for the text track that browsers use to identify and display it in the list of available tracks. Another important thing to consider is providing a transcript for your audio and video content. A transcript is a text version of all the spoken words in your audio or video. Unlike captions, transcripts don't need to be synchronized with the media. Transcripts are useful for deaf people and those hard of hearing. They're also beneficial for people who prefer reading instead of watching or listening. Transcripts also make your content searchable, allowing users to quickly find specific parts of your audio or video. If you have a video or audio on a website, you can simply add the captions below the audio or video. If you're publishing videos on a video sharing platform like YouTube or Vimeo, they have automatic captions and transcripts for videos. But if you're not satisfied, you can use services like Vid.io, Ref, Amara, and Descript. Other ways to make your video and audio content accessible include adding a sign language overlay for videos for deaf people and those hard of hearing, providing volume and speed controls, ensuring good contrast for on-screen text, and offering multiple formats. What are some ways to make web applications keyboard accessible? Many users rely on keyboards instead of mice due to physical disabilities, repetitive strain injuries, or personal preference. This includes users of screen readers and those who may not have a working mouse. Keyboard accessibility ensures these users can navigate web applications effectively without barriers. Let's look at some practical techniques you can employ to make web applications keyboard accessible. Many users use the Tab key to navigate through interactive elements on a web page. The Tab index attribute is used to make elements focusable and define the relative order in which they should be navigated using the keyboard. It takes a numerical value, which can be positive, negative, or zero. Here is the basic syntax. It is important to never use the Tab index attribute with a value greater than 0. Instead, you should use a value of 0 or -1. You can set the Tab index to -1 to allow it to receive programmatic focus. This is used in a variety of situations for focus management, such as when you need to set the focus on a heading, error message, or dialogue, or you're building custom components such as tabbing interfaces or tree components. Setting Tab index to 0 allows you to add an element that does not receive keyboard focus by default into the page's natural tab order. This allows keyboard users to tab to the element. This is primarily used when building custom elements that need keyboard functionality. Access key is another attribute you can use to make your web project keyboard accessible. It allows you to define a key that focuses on or activates a particular element. In this code, access key S assigns the key S to the Save button. On most browsers, pressing Alt-S on Windows and Control-Option-S on Mac will activate this button. Access key C sets the key C to the Cancel button, allowing users to activate it using Alt-C on Windows or Control-Option-C on Mac. Access key H assigns the key H to the Home link, allowing users to navigate to the home page using Alt-H on Windows and Control-Option-H on Mac. Please note that the exact key combination to activate the access key might vary depending on the browser and operating system. It's typically Alt and the specified key on Windows and Control-Option specified key on Mac. Another way to make the keyboard accessible in your apps is to make sure you provide clear focus indicators. If you feel the default browser focus indicator is not enough, you can override it by targeting the focus state of the element. Here is an example of styling the focus state for an HTML element. The outline property is used to define the outline around the element. This example sets the outline to a solid blue line with 2 pixels set for the thickness. The focus indicator should be styled in a
What is a data type, and what are the
Okay, so let's return back to our count variable and learn some more advanced concepts, which is that you can actually use JavaScript kind of as a calculator. So instead of just writing let count equals 5, you can do let count equals 5 plus 7, for example. And when you run that code, you'll see 12 in the console. You can do minus, of course. That'll result in -2 in the console. Or you can even divide. That'll be 0.71, bunch of numbers after that. And of course, multiply gives us 35. So there's a lot of mathematical operations built into JavaScript, and you're not going to learn about all of them now. Because now, instead of just hard coding raw numbers, let's try to use variables here instead. Because oftentimes, you won't see this kind of operation. You'll normally see numbers represented as variables in real-world code bases. So removing this right here, for example, do let first batch equals 5. So this was the batch of people that first entered the subway wagon. And instead of hard coding 5 here yet again, I'm just going to do count equals first batch. Well, what do you think will be logged out here then? Quite correctly, it's 5. Because first batch is 5, count is set to the same as 5. And perhaps there was another batch as well. Let second batch, a group of people that entered just before the doors closed. Maybe that was 7 people. Well, then we can do count equals first batch plus second batch. Yes, this works as well. So this is a much more common thing to see in JavaScript, that a variable is set to the value of, for example, 2 other variables added together. Now, I want to comment out this like that. If you wondered how I did that magic of commenting out multiple lines at once, I did simply Command plus K plus C, or replacing this with Control if you're on a Windows machine. Because what I want to do now, I want to gather this code up here, and then I want to give you a 3-part challenge where you are going to convert your age into dog years. So first create 2 variables, my age and human dog ratio. That is the ratio between human years and dog years. And for the sake of simplicity, we're going to say that 1 human year is about 7 dog years. Now, the calculation is actually a little bit more complicated than that, but that's not that important. The important thing here is the learning. So set then the human dog ratio to 7, and then multiply the 2 variables together, and then store the result in my dog age. Finally, log my dog age to the console. This is great practice. It's important to build up your muscle memory. So go ahead and do this right now, and then return back to the screencast when you want to see how I solve it as well. Some more space here, and we'll start with to build up your muscle memory. So go ahead and do this right now, and then return back to the screencast when you want to see how I solve it as well. Okay, hopefully that went well. Now let's do it together. Remove the console so we can get some more space here. And we'll start with my age, which still is 35. And we'll do human dog ratio. That should be 7. Finally, the my dog age should be my age multiplied with human dog ratio. Let's verify that this works by logging out my dog age. Running the code, and yes, we can see in the console we get 245. My God, I would be an old dog if I was a dog. I'm really glad I'm a human, actually. So, or actually, before we move on, I want to tell you about the front-end developer career path. It is our best and biggest course here on Scrimba. It contains 14 modules and takes students from zero to hireable as front-end developers. So here you have a clear path ahead of you that has proven to work again and again for students in the Scrimba community who've went on to get jobs after completing this career path. And when going through the career path, you can choose between two different ways. You can do it as a pro member. That is the affordable option that gives you access to all of the modules and the corresponding channels on Discord, where you can chat with other students. Or you can do it in the immersive way. That is the ultimate Scrimba learning experience, as it includes three big benefits. First of all, you are put into a small study group over on Discord, regular school of vetted coding practices so that you get a place image to get to your course. Okay, so let's return back to our count example. Now, you've learned how to initialize a variable and even how to do mathematical operations on it, both with hard-coded numbers and with other variables if we need that. And that's all great. However, up until now, we've just been working on the initialization or the so-called assignment of the variable. What if you want to reassign it? Or in plain English, you want to change the variable? Well, then you can do that, for example, down here on line 5, and just do count equals 3. And if we now run the code, you can see that we log out 3 as opposed to 5, because JavaScript starts from the top and runs down and uses the latest value it can find for any variable defined with the let keyword. Now, there are other types of variables that you can't reassign like this, but we'll get to that later. As for now, we're just going to work with the let. And you can do this as many times as you want. If I want to change it even further down to 1, you can see now that JavaScript is only taking into account the line 7 reassignment of the count variable. So this is all good, but it doesn't really help us if we want to increment our people entered count with 1 every time we, for example, click a button. What we then want to do is something like count plus 1, because we want to take the current count, keep track of how many we've counted up until now, and then just increment with 1. The way to do that is actually by simply doing like this. Now, this might look a little bit weird since we have a count on both sides of the equal mark, and probably you've learned at school that the left and right hand side of the equal mark should be completely equal in mathematics. However, that's not how it works in JavaScript. Here we are assigning this variable to take on this value. So first you want to calculate the value, and the value is this point 5 plus 1. Well, then count now will be equal to 6. Let's run this code and see that it works. Yes. And let's say we wanted to increment it by 2. Then we do 2, and now it's 7 because 5 plus 2 is 7. Do the same thing again. This time we can increment it with 10. Now we're up at 17. And minus that with 2 again. And then we're down at 15. I think you get the point. Now I have a challenge for you. Okay, so you are to create a variable, bonus points. So this could, for example, be a game where your bonus points goes up and down. And I want you to initialize it as 50, and then increase it to 100, decrease it down to 25, and then finally increase it up to 70 again. And you are to use the same technique that we used here with the count, where you reassign the variable to the old value of the variable, and then adding or subtracting a value. And I want you to console log the value after each step. So go ahead and do this right now, and then I will show you the solution as well. Okay, hopefully this went well. Let's do this together. We'll start with let bonus points be 50. So logging it out. And then we're going to do bonus points equals bonus points plus 50 because we want to get to 100. Again, console logging it. Next up, bonus points equals bonus points minus 75 because we want to get down to 25. Logging it out again. Finally, bonus points equals bonus points. Now we need to increase it with 45. Get to 70. Let's comment out this code up here and run the code, bring up the console, and yes, 50, 100, 25, 70. Great job. Let's move on. Okay, now you know enough JavaScript for us to move on to the HTML and build the interface for our app. And it's not a lot of interface. It's, to begin with, just a button. And later down the line, we're going to create another button. But it has to be written. And you are going to do that. So I want you to follow these instructions. You are to create an increment button. That is the text of the button. With the ID of increment-btn. So go ahead and do this right now. Could have written count here, but I think increment is in this code. We'll see, yes, we indeed have this button, and it is already button selector. And then our increment button and our save button has nothing happens if I click it. Well, the question is, how do we make... Okay, now you know enough JavaScript for us to move on to the... Okay, so now we're going to put the different pieces in this puzzle together and also add a whole new piece. And in order to free up some space in our JavaScript file here, let's just remove this previous exercise and actually write out in pseudocode the procedures that we need to do in order to make this work. So first, we know that we need to store the count somewhere. And we know that we want to initialize it as 0. And then, as I said in the previous lesson, we need to kind of listen for clicks on this button here. When it's clicked, we need to increment our count. And then finally, which we aren't going to do just yet, but I just want to write that procedure out as well so that you know what to expect. We need to change the count L, this paragraph right here, in the HTML to reflect the new count. So we know how to initialize the count as 0, and we know how to increment a count variable. So to achieve these first three, we need to do this task, that is listening for clicks on the increment button. And that can be done in a multitude of ways. The easiest one is simply in the HTML defining an onClick event listener. You simply write onClick equals, and then something in between quotes. So this is an attribute in the HTML, just like the ID is an attribute as well. And inside of here, you write the function that you want to be triggered when the button is clicked. So I'm going to write increment and open and close parentheses here. Now, that probably looks really weird for you. And that's totally okay if you're confused by what's going on here, because we've seen nothing of the word increment in our JavaScript yet. So rightfully so, we need to create that function. I'll do that down here, and I'll use the keyword function, then the name, increment, open and close parentheses, and then open and close brackets. So pretty funky syntax right there. And the first time you type them, it feels weird, but over time it becomes second nature. what you write inside of these curly brackets is the so-called body of the function. And that piece of code that is in the body will be executed every time this function is called or invoked. That's the same thing. So just to see it in action, I'm going to write console log button was clicked, like that. If we run the code and I click the button, you can see that in the console we see the button was clicked. If I do it again, again and again and again and again. So every single time the button is clicked, this piece of code runs. And it runs because we in the HTMLs are saying, hey JavaScript, when this button is clicked on the onClick event, then I want you to run a function called increment. And that's what's happening here. And then JavaScript is like, yeah, for sure. It sits ready and listens for that specific click event. And JavaScript can do that. It pays attention to what the user does on the screen. And when it sees someone clicking on this button, it fires off this piece of code. This was probably a lot of information to parse in one go. So before we move on and continue on turning our pseudocode into real JavaScript, let's take a closer look at functions over the next few casts so that you get to write some functions as well and build up your understanding. Okay, so let's pretend that we are building a race car game. So here I have some comments which are meant as pseudocode for the functionalities of the game. And the only real functional part of it is these 5 console logs, which are counting down from 5 to 1. So we start the game by setting up the race, and then we do 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. If I run the code, you can see that is logged to the console. That means that it's go, players are to start racing, and they would be running the race, and then the race is finished, and a winner is declared. And then, of course, we are getting ready for a new race. However, with the current knowledge we have about JavaScript, the way we would count down for a new race would have to be to copy all of these lines and paste them in down here, so that now when we run it, we get 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 printed 2 times to the console. However, this isn't good. Anytime you see this kinds of repetitions in your code, you should try to think, is there any way we can extract this into a function? That is exactly what we are going to do. We are going to refactor this so that it instead uses a function. Another word for function could be command. So we are asking JavaScript to kind of remember a command so that we can use it later on as well. And that command can be as comprehensive as you want. In our case, it's going to be to count down from 5 to 1. So let's just do this to see it in action. To create a function, as I talked about in the previous cast, we use the function keyword, and then the name of the function. I'm going to call this function countdown, and then open and close parentheses, and then open and close curly brackets. And all of the action happens inside of the curly brackets. So I'm going to break that into a new line, and I'm going to copy all of these console logs, and then paste them inside here, like that. And here I'm tabbing it out just to highlight that this code is inside of that function. This is not something JavaScript cares about. It's to make our code easy to read for humans. So now I have declared our function. However, if we move this down here and now try to run the code, nothing happens because it has only been declared. It hasn't been what we called invoked or also called, as this code inside of here will only run if we call the function. So if JavaScript was a dog and we've taught our dog to roll around, then in order to get our dog to actually roll around, we have to say roll around. Same thing here. We have taught JavaScript to count down, but in order for it to actually do the counting, we have to say countdown. And we do that like this, simply writing countdown with open and close parentheses. So now you can see when I run the code, it indeed does the counting, but if I comment this out, it does nothing. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to take this countdown and I'm going to put it all the way here at the top, and then I'm going to call it when we are ready to start the first race, and then also call it when we are ready to start the second race. Now if I run the code, you can see that we indeed count down 2 times, before the first race and before the second race. And this is much better than typing out all 5 console logs, both here on line 11 and on line 19. So we have compressed our code a lot. So with this knowledge fresh in mind, let's move on to the next cast where you Okay, now it's your turn. You are going to create a function that logs out the number 42 to the console. And you can decide the name of the function. And when you've done that, make sure you call or invoke the function as well. So go ahead and do this right now. Okay, let's do this. I'm going to call it my logger. Open and close brackets. And then inside of the body, do console.log 42. Now we need to call it my logger, like that. We run the code. And yes, you can see we are logging 42 to the console. Great. Okay, time for a new challenge. So in our race car game, we have certain laps, and of course we track how much time our players use to race through the laps. And here we have 3 lap times in the variable lap 1, lap 2, and lap 3. And the thing is, if you create a function down here on line 6, it will be able to access these 3 variables from within the function. So what I want you to do now is create a function that simply logs out the sum of all the 3 laps. So that'll be the total racing time for a player. So you decide what name you want to give it. Just write that function that logs out the total lap time and then run the function as well. And close parentheses. And here I can either first create a variable, let total time, for example, do lap 1 plus lap 2 plus lap 3, and then console log out total lap time like that, and then log lap time, invoke the function down here on line 11. If we now run the code, you can see yes, we are logging out 103. This is one way of doing it. Alternatively, I could have skipped creating this variable in here and simply added the variables inside of the console log. It will give me, as you can see, the exact same result. Now, the reason I wanted to create this variable here, though, is to just show you one thing, which is that while this function could access these variables from the so-called global scope, the outer scope, which is not on the inside of the function, but on the outside of it, this doesn't work the other way around. So if I now just try to console log total time from the outer scope, if we run this, you can say total time is not defined. That is because when you define a let variable inside of this scope, it only exists inside of this block of code. This is the scope in which the function lives. And that's why we call let variables block scoped. So that might be a little bit confusing, in that the lap could go from the outside of the function and to the inside of the function, but total time couldn't go from the inside of the function to the outside of the function. But don't worry too much about this. JavaScript will tell you when something isn't defined, and you can be sure that you will misstep at times, but that's just a part of the process. Let's now move on to the... Okay, so now you have to combine some of the things you've learned up until now in order to build this lap counter feature. Because in our racing game, we want to keep track of how many laps a player has completed, so I've created this variable called laps completed and initialized it to 0. So what I want you to do now is create a function that increments the laps completed variable with 1 every time you run the function. Then I want you to run or call or invoke or whatever you want to call it, this function 3 times, so that on line 9 here, the value that's logged out will be 3. Now, if you're wondering how to increment a variable in JavaScript, just look back a few casts because we did that previously. So now you have to combine that knowledge with your freshly acquired knowledge about writing functions. So go ahead and give this your best try right now. Okay, hopefully that went well. If not, no worries, let's do this together so that you get to see how we do it. Do function, and I'm going to call this function increment lap, like that. Open and close parentheses, then open and close curly brackets. And here, we have to increment this variable just as we did a few casts ago by doing laps completed equals the old value of laps completed plus 1, like that. If I now run, increment lap 1 time, you'll see that we're logging out 1. Good stuff. Let's invoke it 3 times. And there we can see we are logging out 3 to the console. So, great job doing this. If you didn't manage it, just go back and try again now that you've seen my solution. Because it's really important that you actually write the code here so that you build up that important. Okay, we're back at the Subway Counter app. And as you can see, I've deleted the increment function because I want you to write it instead. It's much better than me writing everything. And you ought to do it as a part of turning these first 3 lines of pseudocode into real code. So you're going to initialize the count as 0. You're going to listen for clicks on the increment button. And thus you have to create that function that's triggered when the increment button is clicked. And then you are going to increment the count. I'm going to add a final little challenge here, and that is to log it out after the count variable has been incremented. So go ahead and do this right now, and then afterwards I'll of course show you the solution as well. have the button. Let's verify that it works. Good thing to do after every single step so that you know if you at some point get a bug, you will have a better understanding of where it happened since you know which steps you will increment the count. Simply going to do what we did. Remove this and run the code, hit increment. Yes, we see 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. Nice. So then we have done these 3 parts. Remove this helper code right here. We have the final part left. And we can finally start understanding what this weird piece of code here up on line 1 that we worked with in the very beginning of the course actually means. Let's do that in the next lecture. Okay, so we are ready to add the final piece of the puzzle, which is to change the count L. That is the H2 right here, which currently has 0, so that it reflects the new count. And the new count is down here, which we are logging out. So we have to do something down here at line 9. And what we're going to do is take this line right here, which has just been lying here in the background all along. Now, in order to properly understand this expression, I think we should break it into 2. Take the first part where we're actually asking for the HTML element, and the second part where we're actually modifying the HTML element. So starting with the first part, I'm going to store this in a variable called countL, like that, and do document get element by ID, open close parentheses, and passing in countL. This exact string right here. Notice that we're using different naming convention here in the JavaScript. This is called camel case, like that, where you capitalize the first letter of the second word, but not the first letter of the first word. This is how you want to write JavaScript variables. It's a very normal convention. And also, if we were to try to use the same convention as we've been using in our HTML and CSS, JavaScript would actually tell us, you can't do that. As you can see, we're getting a red line under this character, which is JavaScript's way of complaining to us, because it's not a valid variable name when you use dash. So we got to remove it, like that. Now, as always, what do you think we should do now that we've taken one step into the unknown? Well, of course, we're going to use our good old friend console log, because we have to verify at every single step that we're actually on track. We haven't introduced any bugs. So I'll do console.log and logging out countL. And if we bring up the console, we can see actually we're getting what looks like an HTML element in the console. That's pretty interesting. Now, it's actually not a real HTML element. It's more of a representation. It's a model of an HTML element. And it gives us a lot of other opportunities to change it using JavaScript as well. But for now, it's perfectly fine to think of this as just, yeah, that is the element that we are seeing right here. It's JavaScript's representation of that element. Because remember, we said, hey, HTML document, why don't you get me the element that has the ID of countL? And the HTML was like, yeah, sure, just take it. And then you store that in the countL variable. And now you as a JavaScript developer have control over this element and you can manipulate it, which is exactly what we're going to do down here at line 14. Because now we're going to move on to the second part of this big expression, which is modifying the element itself. Dot inner text equals 5, or in our case, how would we write this? Well, we've turned this big thing here into this variable. So we'll use this variable and do dot inner text. That is inner text like that, equals. And we're not going to set it to 5 because that wouldn't make any sense. What are we going to set it to? Think a second about that. Indeed, it is the count. Because we know from console logging earlier on that the count does indeed increment correctly. And now we're just saying that we want the inner text. That is the text on the inside of the tags. We want it to be the count. We'll run the code, hit the increment button. And yes, it works. Now we are incrementing. We are counting people. Really good job reaching this point. Your JavaScript skills are starting to become dangerous as you now know how to create interactive apps. Now, before we move on, there's one thing I want to mention, which is that this get element by ID here and this .log, both are functions in the same way our increment function is a function. Now, they are hooked onto the document object and the console object, but that's just a nuance. They're still functions, or methods as we call functions that are hooked onto so-called objects. If that sounds confusing, it's because it should be at this point, because you haven't learned about objects yet and methods on objects. But don't worry about that. Just think of them as functions. And actually, the thing we've been doing here of adding something in between the parentheses of the function when we are calling it is called to pass in arguments, which means that we are giving the function some data to work with. Like here, we're specifying the ID of the element we want to grab. Otherwise, if we didn't do that, this function would just be running in the wild and not know what to look for. Likewise, in this .log here, we're passing in which variable we want to log to the console. If we didn't do this, the log function wouldn't know what to log. So speaking in analogies, if the function is a chef that are to cook a meal for you, then the arguments you pass in are the ingredients the chef uses to cook that meal. So hopefully that made everything a bit more clear. Let's clean up. Now, before we move on, I want to talk a little bit about what we're doing here, where we're saying document.getElement by ID. Because you'll often hear developers refer to this technique as working with the DOM. That's one of those 3-letter acronyms in web development. It sounds super complicated. And I was really confused about this when I was learning to code. And I want you to avoid that confusion. So let's just unpack this expression. It's short for document object model. That sounds really fancy. However, it's actually just how you use JavaScript to modify a website. It's just that people naming this wanted to give it a really abstract name. But if we look at each of the words separately, the name actually does make sense. Let's do that, starting with a document. Why that? Well, that's because what you are interacting with is an HTML document. Object? Well, that's because the document keyword in JavaScript is of the data type object, meaning they've taken the HTML document and shoved it into a JavaScript object. Of course, that's a little bit of a simplification, but that's the essence. So this word document is of the data type object. Now, you haven't learned about objects yet, though you're going to do that a little bit later. Finally, there's model. Model is basically a representation or a modelation. Kind of like, there's the real Saturn V rocket that NASA built, and then there's the Lego model. And that's how it is here as well. There's the real HTML element, which you've written in your .html file. Then there's the JavaScript model, the representation you have of this element in JavaScript. So don't be frightened when people talk about the DOM. Just in your head, translate it to how to use JavaScript to modify websites. And with that out of the way, let's move on. Or actually, before we move on, I have to admit that I fooled you a little bit. Because the problem with the previous lecture was that I wrote the code, and that's just wrong. You are going to write the code. That's how you learn. So I have removed the 2 lines of code that I wrote, namely grabbing the COUNTL element and storing it in a COUNTL variable, and also setting the COUNTL's inner text to the COUNTL. So just do that, and if you struggle, just go back and look at my solution. There's no need for me to type this out for you yet again. Just go ahead and give it your best shot and refer to that if you need help. And I will see you in the next lecture. Okay, it's time for you to build some muscle memory because you are going to create a save button and a Or actually, before we move on, I have to admit that Okay, it's time for you to build some muscle memory because you are going to create a save button and a save function. You're going to start with a function. Here is the instructions. Create a function called save, which logs out the count when it's called. We're going to modify this to do some other stuff afterwards, but as for now, I wanted to just log out the count. Secondly, in the HTML, you are going to create the save button. You are to set the ID as saveBTN and have it call the save function when it is clicked. So, go ahead and do this right now and then return back to the screencast when you want to see my solution. Okay, hopefully that went well. Let's do this.
What is a code editor and IDE? You might think these are the same thing, but not quite. A code editor is any application that allows you to edit code files. An IDE, or Integrated Development Environment, is a full application that allows you to compile, run, and debug your code while you edit it. Perhaps some examples might be helpful. First, let's consider a few popular IDEs. Visual Studio is an integrated development environment by Microsoft that provides a comprehensive suite of tools for building, debugging, and deploying applications across various platforms. Another IDE is Xcode. Xcode is an integrated development environment by Apple designed for creating, coding, and debugging applications for macOS, iOS, watchOS, and tvOS. And then another IDE is Android Studio. This is an integrated development environment by Google specifically designed for building, debugging, and testing Android applications. Those are just a few examples of IDEs. So now let's take a look at a few popular code editors. Visual Studio Code is a lightweight open source code editor by Microsoft that supports a wide range of programming languages and provides features like debugging, syntax highlighting, and version control through extensions. Another popular editor would be Sublime Text. Sublime Text is a fast, versatile text editor known for its sleek interface, powerful features, and support for a wide range of programming languages through customizable syntax highlighting and plugins. And another one is Notepad++. This is a free open source text and source code editor for Windows that offers syntax highlighting, code folding, and a range of plugins to enhance productivity and customization. You may have noticed how the code editors focus primarily on the text contents of the file, where the IDEs expose various tools to manage your code. These examples are all local programs you can run on your computer, but there are also cloud-based editors that you can use. A cloud-based editor is an online tool that allows users to write, edit, and manage code or text directly through a web browser without needing to install software locally. So let's look at a few cloud-based editors. Replit is an online platform that provides a collaborative environment for coding, allowing users to write, run, and share code in various programming languages directly from a web browser. Another popular cloud-based editor is GitHub Codespaces. This is a cloud-based development environment that provides instant access to a fully configured code editor and development tools directly from GitHub, enabling seamless coding and collaboration. And another one is Gitpod. Gitpod is a cloud-based development environment that integrates with GitHub and GitLab, offering instant, customizable workspaces for coding, building, and debugging directly from your browser. And there are many more options. Some options, such as Visual Studio Code, are highly extensible and can work with multiple different project types and languages. Other options might be specifically tailored to a small subset of languages or product types. The application you use might be different for specific projects. You should explore the options to see what will work best for your needs. How to install Visual Studio Code on Mac and run the executable or CLI command. Download a zip archive which contains a .app that you can run. You can also install VS Code via Homebrew. Open up the terminal app on your Mac and run the following command: brew install -scask visual-studio-code. On Linux, you can download a .deb or .rpm file directly. Once you have it installed, you can use How do you create a project and run your code locally in VS Code? To get started, you should know that VS Code considers projects to be well, that search bar. What are several useful keyboard shortcuts for maximizing productivity in VS Code? You're likely already familiar with some of the basic shortcuts, which are inherited from your operating system. Shortcuts like Control-S to save, Control-C to copy, and Control-V to paste all work in VS Code. But there's a few that are application specific and can still level up your productivity. It's worth noting that some of these shortcuts may differ by operating system. For example, Shift, Alt, and F will run your configured formatter, such as Prettier for a JavaScript project, on the currently opened file, or Control-Shift-F or Command-Shift-F to search the text contents of all the files in your workspace. Then Control-Shift-H or Command-Shift-H if you want to run a find and replace. If you need to remove a line, Control-Shift-K or Command-Shift-K will delete it. Need some extra room for all your code? Control or Command-B will hide the sidebar, which has the file list and extensions menu. Or maybe you just can't see your code. Control or Command plus will increase the scaling of the editor, and Control or Command minus will decrease it. Finally, if you forget any of these shortcuts, you always have Control-Shift-P or Command-Shift-P, which opens the command palette for you to select whatever you may need. With this knowledge and maybe a little practice, you're well on your way to becoming a VS Code power user. What are some good VS Code extensions you can use in your editor? Better Comments is an extension that offers special highlighting for specific code comments. For example, it will call out to-do comments, as well as syntax to indicate questions or warnings. Code Spell Checker offers indication when you have spelled something incorrectly in your code. Because it's designed for code files, it will account for things like camel case. Error Lens will help you catch any highlighted errors in your code. Rather than having to rely on the underline that VS Code shows by default, this extension highlights the entire line and displays the error message. Indent Rainbow adds color to your different levels of indentation. In combination with VS Code's native bracket pair colorization, this can dramatically help identify what scope your code is in. Or maybe you're looking for something a bit more practical. Consider an AI assistant like GitHub Copilot or Tab9 to offer you inline suggestions as you're writing your code. An icon pack such as VS Code Great Icons can help you make your file tree cleaner and easier to parse at a glance. And an extension like Colorize can help you understand the values in your CSS properties. You'll also want language-specific extensions for your projects. If you're using JavaScript, you'll likely want ESLint and Prettier to lint and format your code. If you're using TypeScript, you might want Pretty TypeScript errors for easier to read messages. Finally, you can also have a bit of fun with your editor. VS Code Pets offers configurable virtual pets to keep you company while you squash some bugs. Power mode will create flashy effects when you achieve a high enough combo by writing more code. Discord presence will let you show off what you're working on to all of your friends. And there's so many more extensions out there. Feel free to explore the extension marketplace and see what works best for you. What is JavaScript and how does it work with HTML and CSS? JavaScript is a powerful programming language that brings interactivity and dynamic behavior to websites. While HTML and CSS are markup languages used to structure content and style elements on a page, JavaScript goes beyond those by enabling more complex functionality, such as handling user input, animating elements, and even building full web applications. For example, when you click a button, submit a form, or hover over a menu, JavaScript determines how the page behaves. Here's an example of how these three work together. In this example, HTML is used to define the content, a heading, the h1 tag, and a button, the button tag. CSS is used to apply styles to the heading, such as making the text green. JavaScript is used to display an alert message when the button is clicked. To sum up, HTML provides structure, CSS adds styling, and JavaScript enables behavior, creating a complete and interactive web experience. What is a data type, and what are the different data types in JavaScript? In JavaScript, a data type refers to the kind of value a variable holds. A variable is a named container that stores a value of a specific data type, allowing you to reference and manipulate it throughout your code. Data types help the program understand the kind of data it's working with, whether it's a number, text, or something else. JavaScript has several basic data types that you'll use in your programs. We'll explore each data type in greater detail in future lecture videos. For now, here's a brief introduction of the different data types in JavaScript. The first data type we'll look at is the number data type. A number represents both integers and floating point values. Examples of integers include 7, 19, and 90. Examples of floating point numbers include 3.14 and 5.2. A floating point number is a number with a decimal point. The next data type is a string. A string is a sequence of characters or text enclosed in quotes. Hello world, JavaScript. Another data type used in JavaScript is the Boolean type. A Boolean represents one of two possible values, true or false. You can use a Boolean to check if a page is loading or if a user is logged in or not. The next two data types used in JavaScript are undefined and null. Undefined means a variable has been declared but hasn't been given a value yet. Null means the variable has been intentionally set to nothing and does not hold any value. We'll explore more on how this works in future lectures. The next data type we'll look at is the object type. An object is a more complex data type that can hold collections of key value pairs. Let's break this down. The key, also called a property name, is like a label for the data, whereas the value is the actual data you want to store. Here's an example. In this object, title, author, and year are the keys, or property names. The Great Gatsby, F. Scott Fitzgerald, and 1925 are the corresponding values. Each key value pair in an object is called a property. So we can say that this book object has 3 properties. This is just a basic introduction to objects and their properties. In future videos, we'll go deeper into more advanced concepts. The last 2 data types are the symbol and big int data types. A symbol is a special type of value in JavaScript that is always unique and cannot be changed. It's often used to create unique labels or identifiers for properties. In this example, we create two symbols with the same description, but they're unique. Big int is used for very large numbers that exceed the limit of the number type. In this example, we create a big int by adding n at the end of a very large number. Understanding these data types helps you handle and work with various kinds of data in your programs, as each type has its own characteristics and behaviors. With the same What are variables, and what are guidelines for naming JavaScript variables? In JavaScript, variables act as containers for storing data that you can access and modify throughout your program. You can think of variables as boxes that hold values. With variables, you can keep track of things like numbers or text and refer to these values whenever you need them in your program. One way to declare a variable in JavaScript is to use the let keyword. You'll learn more about the let keyword as well as other ways to declare variables in future lectures. Here's an example of using let to declare a variable called age. Right now, the age variable does not have a value assigned to it. To assign a value to a variable, you'll need to use the assignment operator, like this. The assignment operator looks like an equal sign, but it doesn't check for equality. You'll learn about the correct operators for checking for equality in future videos. The assignment operator is used to assign a value to a variable. This process of assigning a value to a variable is known as initialization. One advantage of using the let keyword to declare variables is that you can reassign values to them. In programming, reassignment means giving a new value to a variable that already has one. Here's an example of reassigning the value for the age variable. Now the age variable holds the value of 30. Notice that the let keyword wasn't needed again because the age variable was already declared, so there's no need to declare it a second time. When using reassignment, you only need to reference the variable name. Reassignment is useful because it allows you to update and change the value stored in a variable as your program runs. A good example of this would be updating points in a game. Naming variables may seem straightforward, but there are some rules and best practices to ensure your code is readable and functional. Your variable names should describe what the data represents. For example, instead of using a name like X, a more descriptive name such as age or points makes your code easier to understand. Variables in JavaScript must begin with a letter, an underscore, or a $sign. They cannot start with a number. Variable names are case sensitive, meaning the word age in all lowercase and the word age with a capital A are considered different variables. This is why it's important to stick with a consistent naming convention, like camel case. Camel case is where the first word is all lowercase and each subsequent word starts with an uppercase letter. Here's an example of using the camel case naming convention for a variable. There are certain keywords in JavaScript that you cannot use as variable names, such as let, const function, or return, as they are reserved for the language itself. You should also avoid using special characters like exclamation points or @ symbols in your variable names. It's best to keep variable names readable by using letters, numbers, underscores, or $signs. By following these guidelines, your code will be cleaner and more manageable as it grows in complexity. How do let and const differ when it comes to variable declaration, assignment, and reassignment? When working with JavaScript, you'll often declare variables to store data that you plan to use throughout your program. In modern JavaScript, let and const are the preferred ways to declare variables, but they differ in how they handle value assignment and reassignment. In this lecture, we'll explore how let and const differ in variable declaration, assignment, and reassignment. The let keyword allows you to declare variables that can be updated or reassigned later. You can think of let as a flexible container. Once you've stored a value in it, you can change that value as needed throughout your program. Here's an example of declaring and assigning a variable with let. In this case, the variable score is declared and assigned the value 10. If you want to update the value later, you can easily do that. Now score holds the value 20. This makes let particularly useful when you know the value of a variable will change as your program runs. On the other hand, const is used to declare variables that are constant. Once you assign a value to a variable declared with const, you cannot reassign it. This makes const ideal for values that you don't want to change accidentally during the execution of your program. Here's an example of declaring and assigning a variable with const. Once max score is assigned to the value 100, it cannot be changed. Trying to reassign a value to a const variable will throw an error in your JavaScript console, as const variables are immutable once they are assigned. You can declare a let variable without immediately assigning it a value, and you can assign it a value later. Variables declared with const must be assigned a value at the time of declaration. If you try to declare a const variable without assigning it a value, you'll get an error. You should use let when you need to declare variables that will be reassigned later. For example, tracking a changing score or updating a value over time in your program. Use const when you want to declare variables that should remain constant, like configuration values or settings that shouldn't be changed accidentally. You can also use the var keyword, but it's not as recommended anymore. The var keyword is kind of like let, except it has a wider scope, which is more likely to cause problems in your program. What is a string in JavaScript, and what is string immutability? In JavaScript, a string is a sequence of characters used to represent text data. Strings are one of the primitive data types in the language, along with numbers, booleans, null, and undefined. To create a string in JavaScript, you can use single quotes or double quotes. Here's an example of creating two variables that hold string values. Even though you can use single or double quotes to create strings, it's important to be consistent. If a string begins with a single quote, it must also end with a single quote. The same applies to double quotes. The following example will throw an error because it starts with a double quote and ends with a single quote. Another thing to take into account is that strings are immutable. In programming, immutability means that once something is created, it cannot be changed. So when you create a string, you can't change its characters directly. Instead, you would create a new string if you want to make changes. Here's an example of assigning a new string to a developer variable. Since strings are immutable, we can't update the first string directly. That's why we are assigning a new string to the developer variable. Strings are an important part of programming, and in future lecture videos, you'll learn advanced techniques for manipulating them and harnessing their full potential to create dynamic and interactive applications. What is string concatenation, and how can you concatenate strings with variables? In JavaScript, working with text is an essential part of coding, and often you'll need to combine or join pieces of text together. This process is called string concatenation. In this lecture, we'll focus on how string concatenation works, specifically using the plus operator, the plus equal operator, and the concat method. The plus operator is one of the simplest and most frequently used methods to concatenate strings. It allows you to join multiple strings or combine strings with variables that hold text. Here's an example. In this example, we use the plus operator to concatenate the first name and last name variables, along with a space to create the full name. One disadvantage of using the plus operator for string concatenation is that it can lead to spacing issues if you don't carefully manage the spacing between the concatenated strings. Here's an example where a space is missing. Whenever you use the plus operator to concatenate strings, it's important to double check for any potential spacing issues. If you need to add or append to an existing string, you can use the plus equal operator. This is helpful when you want to build upon a string by adding more text to it over time. Here's an example of appending one string to another using the plus equal operator. It's important to remember that strings are immutable, which means that once a string is created, you cannot alter it. In this case, the original string of hello is not modified. Instead, greeting now references the new string of hello John. Another way you can concatenate strings is to use the concat method. Before we begin learning about the concat method, it's important to first understand what a method and a function are at a higher level. In programming, a function is a reusable block of code that performs a specific task and can be called with various inputs. A method, on the other hand, is a type of function that is associated with an object, meaning it operates on the data contained within that object. In future lecture videos, we'll dive much deeper into how functions, objects, and methods work in JavaScript. But for now, it's important to understand that JavaScript has dozens of methods you can use, like the concat method. Here's an example of using the concat method to join two strings together. In this example, we use the concat method to join string 1 and a space and string 2 into a single string. To conclude, plus operator is best for simple concatenation, especially when you need to combine a few strings or variables. The plus equal operator is useful when building up a string step by step or appending new content to an existing string variable. Finally, the concat method is beneficial when you need to concatenate multiple strings together. What is console.log used for, and how does it work? In JavaScript, console.log is a simple yet powerful tool used to display messages or output information to the browser's console. It's mostly used by developers to debug and inspect code while working on their programs. You can use console.log to log text or variables to the console and ensure your code is running correctly. To use console.log, you call the method with the value or message you want to output inside the parentheses. Here's some examples. The first example prints hello world in the browser's console, while the second example prints the value 5. Here's another example of working with console.log. And here's the result we'll see. The console.log method allows you to monitor your code as it runs, making it easier to spot mistakes and understand how your program behaves. What is the role of semicolons in JavaScript and programming in general? In JavaScript and in many other programming languages, semicolons help delineate statements and improve code readability. In JavaScript, a semicolon is used to indicate the end of a statement. Just as a period marks the end of a sentence in English, a semicolon signifies the end of an executable line of code. This allows the JavaScript engine to distinguish between separate commands. For example, in this code, the semicolons at the end of each line mark the end of each statement. Without them, the JavaScript engine might have trouble interpreting where one statement ends and another begins. Semicolons are primarily used to mark the end of a statement. This helps the JavaScript engine understand the separation of individual instructions, which is important for correct execution. While JavaScript has automatic semicolon insertion that can add semicolons automatically, explicitly including them improves code clarity and helps prevent errors that might arise from unexpected ASI behavior. Semicolons are used in many programming languages, including C, C++, and Java. Semicolons mark the end of statements or instructions, helping the compiler or interpreter parse the code correctly. A compiler translates high-level programming language code into machine-readable code, which creates an executable file. By clearly delineating statements, semicolons contribute to the readability and maintainability of code. Semicolons help prevent ambiguities in code execution and ensure that statements are correctly terminated. Semicolons are a fundamental part of JavaScript and many other programming languages. They mark the end of statements, improve code readability, and help avoid errors related to automatic semicolon insertion. By understanding and using semicolons properly, you can write more reliable and maintainable code. What are comments in JavaScript, and when should you use them? Comments in programming are used to provide additional context for the code or leave notes for yourself and others. Comments are lines or blocks of text that are ignored by the JavaScript engine when your code is executed. They're there solely for the benefit of people reading the code, whether that's you or someone else. JavaScript provides two ways to add comments to your code: single-line comments and multi-line comments. Single-line comments are created using 2 forward slashes. Here's an example. This type of comment is great for brief explanations or clarifications. Here's a real-world example from the freeCodeCamp curriculum project files. Don't worry about trying to understand what the code is actually doing, because it's more advanced than what you have learned so far. Instead, focus on the comment left by the developer. This comment provides important context for why this code exists. Comments like this are important for those working on teams for 2 reasons. Other developers working on the project will understand the purpose of this code, and it helps prevent unnecessary changes or deletions without consulting the team, which could lead to bugs or issues. Another type of comment is multi-line comments. Here's the basic syntax. Multi-line comments are useful when you need to write longer descriptions, explanations, or notes in your code. Let's take another look at the freeCodeCamp curriculum project files to see how multi-line comments can be used in the real world. Just like before, ignore all the JavaScript code because it uses concepts that haven't been taught yet. Instead, focus on the comment left by the developer. A developer on the team, or even a new contributor working on the project, can understand why this piece of code is here and have the full context before working on this area of the project. While comments are useful in programming, it's important to avoid over-commenting. You don't need to comment on every single line of code, especially if the code is straightforward and self-explanatory. Here's an example of using comments to explain the obvious. In this situation, there's no need to add any comments here because the code is self-explanatory. The goal is to enhance readability, not clutter the code with unnecessary explanations. If you want to add comments to your personal projects as you're learning to code, that's fine. But once you start working on real-world projects with other developers, it's important not to use comments for code that is self-explanatory. It's also important not to use comments to help explain away confusing, overly complicated, or poorly written code. In those situations, it's best to refactor or change your code so other developers will better understand what's going on. Comments are powerful tools for documenting your code and making it easier to understand. You should use comments to provide context or leave notes for yourself and others. What is dynamic typing in JavaScript, and how does it differ from statically typed languages? JavaScript is a dynamically typed language, meaning you don't need to specify the data type of a variable when integer, you can only assign it integer values. If you try to assign it a different type, the program will throw an error. Here's an example in the Java language. The difference between dynamic typing and static typing lies in the flexibility versus the safety of your code. Dynamically typed languages offer flexibility, but at the cost of potential runtime errors. Statically typed languages enforce stricter rules that can prevent certain errors, but they require more upfront declaration and offer less flexibility in changing types. Here's another example of creating a variable with a type set to number, then changing it to later be the type of string. In a statically typed language, this kind of change would not be allowed, as the data type would be fixed. In conclusion, JavaScript's dynamic typing allows variables to change types freely, which offers flexibility but can lead to unexpected errors during execution. Statically typed languages like Java require you to specify variable types up front, which helps catch errors before the program runs but offers less flexibility. How does the type of operator work, and what is the type of null bug in JavaScript? The type of operator in JavaScript is a simple yet powerful tool that lets you see the data type of a variable or value. It always returns a string indicating the type. Let's take a look at a few examples. In this first example, we have created a variable called num and assigned it the number 42. When you use the type of operator on the variable named num, it will return the string number. Here's another example of using the type of operator on a variable called isUserLoggedIn. When you use the type of operator on the isUserLoggedIn variable, it will return a string boolean because the boolean true was assigned to the variable. Using the type of operator can be especially useful when you're debugging or trying to understand what kind of data you're working with in your code. However, there's a well-known quirk in JavaScript when it comes to null. Let's take a look at an example. In this example, we have a variable called example variable and have assigned it the value of null. But when we use the type of operator, it returns a string object. This is widely considered a bug in JavaScript dating back to its early days. The reason for this behavior is rooted in the way JavaScript was originally designed. When the language was first implemented, values like null were represented as a special type of object, leading to this unexpected result. Unfortunately, this has become part of the language, and while it's confusing, it's something you'll need to be aware of.
What is bracket notation and how do you access characters from a string? In JavaScript, strings are treated as sequences of characters, and each character in a string can be accessed using bracket notation. This allows you to retrieve a specific character from a string based on its position, which is called its index. An index is the position of a character within a string, and it is zero-based. This means that the first character of a string has an index of 0, the second character has an index of 1, and so on. For example, in the string hello, the character H is at index 0, E at index 1, L at index 2, and so on. Bracket notation uses square brackets and the index of the character you want to access. Let's look at an example. In this example, we can access the character at index 1, which is E. To get the last character of a string, you can use the length of the string minus 1. The length property of a string tells you how many characters it contains. So to access the last character, you will subtract 1 from the length. If you want to get multiple characters, you can use bracket notation like this. In this example, we are concatenating the first and second characters using bracket notation to form the string he. Bracket notation is useful when you need to access specific characters in a string, such as extracting initials from a name or checking a specific letter for validation. How do you create a new line in strings and escape strings? With working with strings in JavaScript, there are times when you need to include special characters that the JavaScript engine might otherwise misinterpret. Two common tasks involve creating a new line within a string and escaping certain characters like quotes to make sure they appear correctly. In many programming languages, including JavaScript, you can create a new line in a string using a special character called escape sequence. The most common escape sequence for new lines is \n. For example, if you want to break a string into multiple lines, you will use a \n where you want the new line to begin. The output will be. The \n escape sequence tells JavaScript to insert a line break at that point, which results in the line string being displayed across multiple lines. Another important concept when working with strings is escaping characters. Sometimes you need to include characters in your string that JavaScript normally uses for something else, such as quotes. If you simply use quotes inside a string without escaping them, it can cause an error because JavaScript will think you are trying to end the string. For example, this will cause an error. JavaScript gets confused because it thinks the string ends at the word set, but you want the quotes around hello, ! to be part of the string. To fix this, you can escape the inner quotes by placing a \, before them. The \, tells JavaScript to treat the quotes as literal characters so they appear correctly in the output. You can also escape other special characters such as the \ itself, or single quotes within a string surrounded by single quotes. Here is another example using the single quotes. By skipping the single quotes with \, JavaScript knows to include it as part of the string rather than ending the string early. Escaping and creating new lines are essential when you're formatting output or handling special characters in strings. These techniques help you prevent errors and ensure the text appears exactly as intended. What are temporal literals and what is string interpolation? In JavaScript, temporal literals are a powerful and flexible way to work with strings. Unlike regular strings, which use single or double quotes, temporal literals are defined with backticks. They allow for easier string manipulation, including embedding variables directly inside a string, a feature known as string interpolation. Temporal literals make it easier to create strings that span multiple lines, or include expressions like variables or even JavaScript code directly within the string. Here is a basic example of a temporal literal. Notice the use of backticks instead of single or double quotes. The $name syntax is an example of a string interpolation where the value of the variable name is directly inserted into the string. String interpolation allows you to embed variables and expressions inside a string. This is a significant improvement over the older method where you will concatenate strings and variables using the plus operator. Here's an example using string concatenation and the plus operator. And here's an example using temporal literals and string interpolation. As you can see, string interpolation with temporal literals is much cleaner and easier to read, especially when you're working with multiple variables. Another great feature of temporal literals is that they support multi-line strings. With regular strings, you will need to use escape characters \n to create new lines. With temporal literals, you can simply write string across multiple lines and the formatting is preserved. The output will retain the line breaks as written. Temporal literals are particularly useful when you need to include variables or expressions in strings, format complex strings, or work with multi-line text. They are more concise and readable compared to traditional string concatenation. String concatenation. How can you find the position of a string in a string? When working with strings in JavaScript, there might be times when you need to locate the position of a specific substring within a large string. The substring is a sequence of characters that appears within a large string. For example, in the string hello world, hello and world are substrings. To locate the position of a substring inside of a string, you can use the indexOf method. The indexOf method in JavaScript allows you to search for a substring within a string. If the substring is found, indexOf returns the index or position of the first occurrence of the substring. If the substring is not found, indexOf returns -1, which indicates that the search was unsuccessful. The indexOf method takes two arguments. The first is the substring you want to find within the large string, and the second is an option starting position for the search. If you don't provide a starting position, the search will begin at the start of the string. In this context, an argument is a value you give to a function or method when you call it, enabling the function or method to perform its task using the specific information you provide. You will learn more about arguments in future lecture videos. Here's an example of using the indexOf method to find the position for the string awesome. In this example, the word awesome starts at the index 16 in the string JavaScript is awesome, so the indexOf method returns 16. Now let's see what happens when your substring isn't found. Since the word fantastic does not appear in the string, the method returns -1. You can also specify where to begin searching within the string by providing a second argument to index of. Here's an example. In this case, the search for JavaScript begins at the 10th character, and so the second occurrence of JavaScript is found at index 28. It is important to note that the index of method is case sensitive. In this example, the following would return -1 because the capital letter F is not found in the string freeCodeCamp. Using index of can be very useful when you need to check if a substring is present in a string and to determine its position for further operations. What is prompt method and how does it work? The prompt method is an important part of JavaScript interaction with the user. It's one of the simplest ways to get input from a user through a small pop-up dialog box. You often will see it used in cases where the web page needs a piece of information from the user, such as a name or some other form of text input. So what exactly does the prompt method do? It opens a dialog box that asks the user for some input, and then it returns the text entered by the user as a string. The prompt method takes two arguments. The first one is the message, which will appear inside the dialog box, typically prompting the user to enter information. And the second one is a default value, which is optional and will fill the input field initially. Here's an example of how it works. In this example, the prompt method displays a dialog box with the message, "What is your name?" and an input field that initially contains the value guessed. If the user types their name and presses OK, the username variable will store the entered value. If the user presses cancel, the username variable will be set to null. Null signifies that the user did not provide any input. Here is what the dialog will look like when the page first loads. Keep in mind that the prompt method will halt the execution of the script until the user interacts with the dialog box. This means that the rest of your JavaScript code won't run until the user either provides input and clicks OK or cancels the prompt. One other point to consider is that while prompt is useful for quick testing or small applications, it's generally avoided in modern, complex web applications due to its disruptive nature and inconsistent behavior across different browsers. Here's an example. In this example, if the user provides input, it will be displayed in the console. If they cancel, the console will log that the user canceled the prompt. By understanding the prompt method, you gain a simple way to interact with the users and retrieve information directly through the browser, even though it may not be widely used in modern web applications.